resonate so much when you said that education is the passport to extraordinary transformation. Honestly, I think every one of us should take that from. That is something, it's a very good food for thought. And it's something that we all need to imbibe. The topic for today is a very, very interesting one, financial industry as a driver for economic growth in Nigeria. And it's so good that this topic is coming at a very interesting time for our very dear nation, Nigeria, and of course, the entire world, because the world is going through a whole lot. This current crisis that we're facing in Nigeria is not just peculiar to us, but it is something that the entire universe is dealing with. From my outline, presentation outline, during the course of this discussion, we'll be looking at how is the financial industry a driver, and of course, define what we mean by financial industry and the role that the financial industry is playing in the society and in the economy. We'll also be unlocking some economic potentials as we deep dive into this topic and marry this with the overview of the Nigerian economy and what the financial industry in Nigeria is composed of, and by extension, the overview of the financial industry, and also look at the financial inclusion and look at the role that financial innovation plays, considering the huge potential of the unbanked area in Nigeria. Also, we will review and highlight some basic points on the impact of financial inclusion in the economy. We will also go on to review the economic impact of the financial industry and highlight some of the challenges that the industry is currently facing. And then finally, we will conclude with the major reasons that we believe that underscores why the financial industry is regarded as a major contributor to the economic growth of the nation. So what is the financial industry? If you are looking at what the financial industry is, by definition, financial industry is the sector of the economy which is made up of firms and institutions that typically provide financial services to both commercial, corporates, retail customers, individuals, and the likes. This industry encompasses so much, ranging from banking and investments, consumer finance, mortgages, investments, insurance, international trade, and the likes. These are businesses and institutions that manage money and typically provide intermediary services to transfer and allocate financial capital in the economy. The financial industry plays a very important role in supporting economies by providing loans, several retail products, which encourages savings. It is expected that for an economy to thrive, the financial industry must support economic growth, capital markets, and individuals essentially. Now, in order to have a good understanding of what I just said, which is talking about how the financial industry is playing this vital role, we need to look at the activities from the various drivers. Now, when we're looking at the slide in front of us, we have the drivers, we have the outputs and the outcome. So who are the major drivers in this financial industry? We have the enterprise, we have the skills, we have innovation, we have competition, and then of course we have investments. Now on innovation, we can see that the world is gradually evolving. There's a lot happening in the environment. So we see that even in the financial industry, there's so much going on right now because of what we also see in the advent of competition, which is as a result of the environment and the inherent potentials of the market. Now, on the outputs, what we have here, you look at the levels of productivity per worker and analyze the number of people working versus the number of people to determine the total level of efficiency of that economy. Now, all these activities is what ultimately dovetails into the outcome, which is measured by the economy, which would eventually come up with the GDP per head. Now, when we're talking about GDP here, GDP is gross domestic product. For further clarity, I'd like to define and explain how this comes to bear. Now, GDP is the monetary value of all finished goods and services made within a country during a specific period. GDP, what is the essence of measuring the GDP when you're talking about economic growth? GDP actually helps by providing an economic snapshot of a country used to estimate the size of the economy and also its growth. Interestingly, the country with the highest GDP today is the United States of America, with GDP of more than $20 trillion. I want to repeat it, $20 trillion. If you compare that to Nigeria's GDP, as at June 2024, our GDP was $253 billion. I'm measuring dollars for dollars so that we're comparing like for like. Now, if you look at that GDP of $253 billion, compare that to our GDP last year in December, it was 1.27 trillion. Now, you recall that, I mean, before now, the past 4, 5, 10 years ago, Nigeria used to be regarded as the giant of Africa, but a lot has happened. Devaluation also didn't help matters, because if you see what has happened, our GDP dropped significantly from 1.2 trillion to 253 billion. Now, how does all of this that I've talked about impact the nation? The financial industry is a strong driver of economic growth in Nigeria, basically by facilitating major deals, managing risk, providing financial services to all. When Dr. Leary shared the overview, there were some very salient points he raised, which also resonates to some of the things that we're going to be looking at very briefly. Now, based on the role that the financial industry is playing, they're able to successfully support economic growth, create jobs, reduce poverty, and empower the citizens. And this is undoubtedly useful for economic development. Now, financial industry in Nigeria today has contributed about 10% of Nigeria's GDP. How does the financial industry unlock the economic potentials? This is done through the following. We talked about earlier financial inclusion, which is very important, credit extension to those that require it, and there shouldn't be any manipulation in that area so as to reduce the advent of having a lot of NPLs. We also have digitalization. There's a lot happening in that space right now with fintechs, and a lot of the financial services providers have realized the need to consistently evolve in that area. Also, there's a lot of investment products out there. The financial industry players are creating a lot of awareness, because people realize now that they have a lot of options and they have to marry their risk with the returns. Also, there's access to markets, creating those channels to make it easy for the investors to access various options that they have in the market. I've mentioned earlier that the financial industry has contributed significantly in the area of job creation. To date, they've contributed over 2 million to jobs in that financial sector in area to over 2 million individuals, and it's growing. Also, we looked at the issue of economic growth. The economy benefits from this growth, and the impact is seen on the GDP. Also, the issue of innovation. Based on competition in the financial industry, institutions have to consistently create and evolve with new products to support the needs of the market. There's also partnerships and collaboration. There's a limit to what the financial industry players can do. If they do not collaborate effectively, there's a lot of value they can derive in the market. Then we'll also look at the impacts of the financial industry to the economy. Next slide, please. We have to just dive into the overview of our rich nation, Nigeria. Interestingly, despite the inflation at an all-time high rate of 34.2% in June, based on, of course, the National Bureau of Statistics report, our GDP grew by 2.98% in real terms. In Q1 of 2024, largely this came from the services sector, meaning that we had about a 58% growth in the agri sector. And then based on all of this, the United Nations has predicted that they expect that Nigeria's economic growth will rise from 3% in 2023 to just a very slight growth by to 3.1% in 2024. Now, we all know that there's been a lot of monetary tightening of monetary policy and exchange rates stabilization. We expect that inflation to reduce over time, and poverty levels will unfortunately will increase in 2024 and 2025. However, there's a lot of expectation that this term will tide by the time we start seeing a bit of stability in 2026. Now, in order to have a good understanding of the financial sector, it's important to look at the key players in this sector. We're looking at general picture of the financial system. We have the role of the central bank, which is very critical, and they've been doing a lot in the market in recent times and even before now, in order to ensure that there's some stability. They've come up with a lot of reforms, a lot of policies in order to ensure that there's ability to typically reduce the rate at which Naira devalued over time. So what we've seen in recent times has been, there's been some level of stability, which has helped the economy and is also helping even the manufacturers, because that helps the clients and the customers in the markets to be able to plan in the near term and of course on the long run and also on the short term. Now, if you also look at in the banking world, a lot has happened in recent times. Beginning of the year, there was a lot of restriction on the FX market, and this we all know, we saw what the effect of that, how the Naira devalued significantly. However, like I said earlier, CBN has come up with very good measures that is helping to stem devaluation. In recent times, banks are beginning to focus on the digital transformation to improve efficiency and customer experience. We'll also look at other areas that have largely impacted the economy positively. Here we look at what's happening in the insurance world. Although the insurance sector has unfortunately experienced some slowness in the market in recent years, but we believe that there's a lot of potential for growth in that area, especially with the use of digital technology. Now, we look at what has also happened in the capital market space. Here, there has been significant, huge growth over the past years, and it has continued to grow. This is largely as a result of significant reforms and policies implemented by SEC, which is Securities and Exchange Commission, and towards improving efficiency and attractiveness of the market. We also, next slide, we also looked at what has happened in the financial inclusion earlier, when we talked about accessibility to ensuring that the financial products are accessible to various individuals and companies, irrespective of their status and location. And you will agree with me that with the advent of digitalization, this has even made it much more easier. There is another aspect that has continued to grow significantly, which is the fintech space. The Nigerian fintech technology has expanded significantly, and this has a positive impact on the economic development. In addition to financial inclusion, not just in Nigeria, but also other African countries. We have seen giant strides from various and existing fintech outlets. Next slide. We've seen the likes of Kuda, Piggyvest, Alert, Biwema Bank, and some other institutions. All of these are geared towards providing value and also improving visibility of the Nigerian fintech ecosystem. Also on financial inclusion, next slide, and innovation, we have seen improved progress from EdFin A, which is EdFin A is enhancing financial innovation and access by driving financial inclusion through research, next slide, innovation, advocacy, and digital financial services. Now, what they've done is that they have positively impacted a host of companies and grants to individuals. There are also other channels, next slide, by financial innovation, being the use of POS, point of sale, ATM, automated teller machine, mobile apps. Overall, we can say, next slide, overall, we can say that financial inclusion has the following positive impacts on the economy. One of which we mentioned, next slide please, is on the impacts of financial, is the increased economic growth and GDP. This is based on access to funding for various projects and various transactions. The financial industry has provided significantly in this area. Also, what this has done is it has led to reduced poverty and income inequality by creation of jobs and aided as, because clearly there's access to cash based on, and this has reduced poverty in the land. Increased access to credit and loans. With the advent of what is happening in the financial industry, we see that there are more outlets right now for loan disbursements, unlike what we had before. And that, of course, also has its own impact on the economy, which is a positive one. It's increased access to other financial services. We have the access to insurance and creative products, even from the savings. We have, even from the asset management companies, we have a lot of other options that people can access, options in terms of investment and get better returns, like the mutual funds and the likes. We also have one of the other impacts that this has done is also boost to small businesses and entrepreneurship. There's a lot happening in that space that has helped to build companies and even startups, you know, especially in the fintech space. A lot has evolved in that regard. Also, we have increased government revenue and tax base. Clearly, with the business volume increasing, this will give a corresponding impact, positive impact on the GDP, and of course, the government taxes and revenue will also go up. There's also reduced dependency on cash and the informal economy. I remember when the cashless policy came up, a lot of people resisted it, but ultimately we can see its impact and how it has helped the economy positively on the long run. Increased access to financial tools and resources. This has helped significantly because there's a lot of options that are available to the general populace. There's also improved standard of living and well-being for citizens with increased jobs, increased job creation, improved earnings, more awareness. People are being able to access other options that are better than what they currently have. Next slide. Now, what is the economic impacts? I've talked about this. I don't want to dwell on this. Can we go to the next slide, please? Now, I want us to quickly look at the challenges facing the financial industry in Nigeria. Now, I'm sure we all agree with me, and based on what the first speaker, Professor Lere-Bali said, which is the importance of the financial industry in the economy, the growth of the economy. We cannot do justice to this topic without looking at some of the challenges, and there are lots that the financial industry is facing. Now, we look at the macroeconomic pressures. These are huge and real pressures that we're facing on a daily basis. I've mentioned earlier that CBN has done a lot in trying to stem the tide. There's been a lot of practices, even at the low economy level, that has led to negative impacts on our naira, the value of our naira. But thankfully today, I mean, there's some level of stability. Kudos to CBN for doing a good work. So we look at the macroeconomic pressures on devaluation and also on inflation. Inflation is at an all-time high of about 34%, which is quite huge for economy of our size and the potential of this economy. We also look at the issue of the fluctuating exchange rates. This is a major challenge for the financial industry, because you find out that it affects ability for the financial industry to make some very drastic decisions in terms of even providing liquidity as a when due to help companies and various projects as they arise. Also, the issue of high cash reserve ratio. Prior to now, I think that has been stemmed a bit, but as at last year, there was a flat CRR rate for all banks, but that has been adjusted recently, earlier this year, where CRR cash reserve ratio for commercial banks is 45% and that of merchant banks is 14%. That in itself has helped to, stabilize things a bit, although we all agree with me that there's purchasing power as at today is still very low. Also, we have increasing competition from fintech firms. This has its positive side and it also has its negative side. The positive side being that there's so much competition, there's so much stiffness, the banks are beginning to rise to the occasion because it's no longer business as usual. Institutions have to think outside the box, come up with structures and measures in order to be able to remain relevant, because the competition in the market is actually very fierce. We also have ambiguities in extant laws. I believe that there's a lot happening at the Senate level, at the government level, in ensuring that they're reducing those level of ambiguity, because that in itself can set a bad tone even for the economy in terms of growth. Next slide. Now, why is the financial industry a driver of economic growth? We've talked about what the financial industry, how they have helped the economy to grow, and what they've done in order to help the growth of various companies. And of course, that in itself will dovetail into the growth of the economy. One of the things that the financial industry has been able to do successfully is to mobilize savings and channeling them into productive investments. This in itself has helped to raise capital for various projects, for various transactions that ultimately have a positive impact on the economy. A good example of that is when Dangote was trying to raise funding for the refinery, and we saw banks and even the capital market rising to the occasion, and we can see the impact that has had in recent times. Also providing financial services that support business growth and development from various sectors within the economy. In addition to that, we can see that has also helped to facilitate trade and commerce between the traders, the manufacturers, to promote sustainability and growth for the economy. And next slide. As we begin to conclude, because of time, I think I'm not doing too well with my time. I have just about 2 minutes left, so I'll try and be fast. Now, what are the opportunities for growth? There's a lot that we can do in the financial industry, increasing the level of financial inclusion. Digital platforms has helped in this regard, but I believe that there's still a lot of room for improvement, especially for the unbanked as at now. Also, we have fintech innovation and adoption coming up with a lot of measures and options for the general populace. And then the growing demand for credits and loans. I think we right now, I'm proud to now, there was a lot of restrictions. There were no, in order to assess individuals and be able to marry the individuals with their locations, with the inclusion of the NIN and all of that, there's a bit of more transparency now. That in itself will help on the long run in terms of being able to ensure that each individual that has access to funding is credible and is been able to build a very strong credit history, like we see in developed worlds, where they are not faced with the same challenges that we're faced with in Nigeria. But I believe that technology has helped us to where we are today, and we need to do a bit of more fine-tuning to ensure that we are able to compete effectively and provide and mitigate some of the risks that are inherent in providing access to funding. Then also, we also have investment in infrastructure development to help reduce the high cost of operation. This is very, very important because one of the things that we've talked about over time, over the years, is the fact that we have lack of good infrastructure, and that in itself is affecting even especially those in the real sector. So we need to ensure that there's adequate investment in that regard, such that it will be, by the time they look at the pros and the cons and the options that are available, it will be easier for the manufacturers to thrive in this economy by the time they take out their operational costs, because the cost of operating in Nigeria is huge. And if we address the issue of infrastructure, even at a large scale, that in itself will have a huge and significant impact on the economy. We also have the increasing adoption of mobile money and digital payments. A lot of banks and financial institutions are doing well in this area. You have the likes of Nova Bank with its digital concepts towards disrupting the market in the near term, and a host of other institutions that are also coming up with concepts that are disruptive in nature and would ultimately help to create an enabling environment both for the clients and those that are yet to be onboarded. We also have growth in e-commerce and online payments, increasing demand for wealth management and investment services, and then of course, development of financial markets and instruments to build capacity for the markets. In conclusion, next slide. You will all agree with me that financial industry is extremely vital to the growth of any economy based on what we have said. We looked at the various drivers in the financial sector. We looked at the investment banks. We looked at the commercial banks. We looked at the fintechs, the insurance providers, the retail, the payment processors, government institutions, the real estate firms, the exchanges. All of them have a lot to do together, which is why there is right now some collaborations. However, there's still a lot of room for improvement in that collaborative structure, such that everyone and all of those institutions are geared towards ensuring that not only do we have more coverage, not only do we have more of the unbanked coming on board, but we are able to synchronize the structure that we all come together with, knowing fully well that each and every of those institutions play a very vital role in ensuring that there is growth and there is sustainability in our quest to ensure that we grow the economy and we are able to gain our rightful position as leaders, even at the world, at the large scale. Looking at the potentials of our great nation, Nigeria, there's a whole lot that we can give out, and there's a whole lot that can be done in the near term. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mara. I think it's over to you, Dr. Wale Oki.
Yeah,
Floor is yours.
thank you. I'll just share my. I just want to share my screen. Let me just get it up. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Okoya, for a great presentation. Given that Professor Bale and yourself have already spoken, there'll be some overlap on what we would talk about. My own focus will be mainly on the fintech as a driver for growth. But again, I'll talk a bit about how it relates to the financial markets, and then we'll take it from there. I'll skip the introductions because we've already done that. Can you see the slide? I'm on the introduction slide.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go on from there. So I'll talk about the financial industry a bit and how it relates to economic growth. Then I'll go into fintech in a nutshell. Then I'll cover some of the economic growth drivers. Then we'll talk about some of the challenges, and then we'll have a discussion. The discussion might be at the very end of all presentations. Again, I won't dwell on some things that have already been covered. We all can agree that financial industry helps work the economy. I remember Professor Bale had the second or parts of the second line there, and I'd never seen his slides. So, how does it help the economy? It can help via capital accumulation, capital utilization, capital optimization. And technology just becomes a byproduct of that. And that's the way fintech can help drive it, because it's a byproduct of all the things that the financial industry can do. Just a quick run through the industry. I know there was a slide earlier on. This is a bit different. You have the banks, you have the financial markets, you have savers on one side who want to earn on their deposits or buy shares or buy bonds or any other securities. On the other side, you have companies and governments who want to, generally they're borrowers. They want to raise money either via loans and overdrafts, issue shares, bonds, or any sort of exotic financial products. Then you also have the money markets, which deals with, the short-term side of the market. Then you deal with the capital markets, which is more the long-term side of the market. This slide is a bit old, but again, I just wanted to show you, the Nigerian financial services structure. I mean, most of the discussions, we focus more on banking, but there's also insurance, which do general insurance, reinsurance, life, banking. There are various kinds of development banks, finance banks, discount houses, infrastructure providers or whatnot. And there's also pension funds, so we have PFAs, pension fund administrators, and pension fund custodians. And then we have the capital markets, which I showed on the previous slide. So you have issuing houses, you have stockbrokers, you have portfolio managers, you have investment advisors, trustees, and whatnot. All these are regulated separately. So you have the Nigerian Insurance Commission, you have CBN, and the NDIC for banking, you have PENCOM for funds, for pension funds, and then obviously you have SEC. So if you look at the industry as a whole, it's huge. And there's avenue in every area of this industry. This just summarizes what I've already said. Markets provides a means for trading products or services. Savers have surplus capital. They want to look for a return on their capital. And borrowers are looking for capital to run their businesses or governments. So the industry is spread via the previous slide, which I showed you. So we have banking, financial markets, lending, savings, investments, payments, insurance, pension funds. Each one is huge on its own, but this just shows you how big everything is for growth. So why do we talk about fintech at all? Fintech is derived from financial technology. So you could argue that fintech isn't new, but it's only recently the phrase fintech has been coined. And it means in financial services more how to automate, improve, disrupt, or change the way business is done. So this could include, the systems, the processes, the products, the business models. And, the other thing is it's competing with, and it also complements traditional services. So let me give a quick example. Let's say if we look at the ability to get loans via fintech, the big banks still exist and do that, and indeed run some of the fintechs giving out loans. But the point is, the fintechs are operating in a totally sort of different model. So they're streamlining it, getting rid of all the process of, in the past, you wanted to get a loan, you go to the bank, you fill a form, then, somebody would approve the form, then, you might have interviews and all that. Fintech is trying to streamline all that process in the example of loans. So the whole aim is to sort of reduce operational costs and improve efficiency. And because it's technology driven, means you can get more clients. Fintech initially was more popular with, who we call millennials and the new Gen Z and the unbanked. But right now, you could say anybody could use fintech. So what are the benefits of fintech? I split it into two. You have benefits to the users of fintech, and you have benefits to the service providers. To the users, obviously, it's convenient for you to stay in your house or your room and use your mobile phone or laptop to use any service. You can customize the service to your needs. There's more security. And then there's also reduced costs for you. You don't have to, catch Uber to go to your bank. And then you get to the bank, there's a long queue or whatever. You could do mobile banking from home, or you could apply for loans from home or in the office. But on the service side, they're looking at reduction of costs. They're looking at efficiency. They're looking at, profits based on volume. All of a sudden, the service provider can get to, thousands or millions of people that they would never have had access to. So what they can do is offer a service, with a small fee, so they make more money based on the volumes. The other thing the service providers are taking advantage of is automation of error-prone tasks. So in the past, in the loans example, at least, when I was living in Lagos full time, you go to a bank, you get a form, you fill the form, somebody might translate that form to their own system. There's a whole range of opportunity for errors. But if you're filling the form online and everything is going straight into the database of the service provider, it means there's an opportunity to reduce errors and checks. So that's just one example. There are loads of ways of doing it. The other big benefit, which I alluded to early on, is you can reach a wider audience. The audience doesn't have to be based in Nigeria alone. Assuming the service provider has jurisdiction to operate, in America or Europe or whatever, they can provide that service online and do the exact thing. And then finally, one big benefit is the fact that now, if you've created all these things, if a big bank creates a sort of fintech company, they can spin it off or create new businesses to do all these things we're talking about. So the benefits for both sides are huge. Hence, the reason it's become very popular. Now, if we take a step back and say, okay, what's all the fuss about fintech? You know, if we want to think about it broadly and think of Africa as a whole, 85% of the population has a mobile phone. This slide was from 2016, but I've just kept it there so that you can see, get appreciation for how big the market is. You know, only about 20% across Africa has access to traditional financial services. Over 50% of Africans are under the age of 20, and they adopt technology faster than you know, more senior people or in the country. And then the amount of you know, mobile money transactions in sub-Saharan Africa, I think in 2015 was about 5 billion. I mean, if we were to take a guess now, it's probably doubled or tripled. So overall, there's a huge benefit for Africa in focusing on fintech. And, you know, if you believe in charity begins at home, we start with Nigeria, then we look at Africa. And, you know, with all the new, you know, trade parks being signed, it should be easier to generate business, not only in Nigeria, but across borders. Okay, so what's the benefit of fintech for Africa? You know, we've talked about the unbanked population. A lot of people don't have access to traditional services. There's mobile payments. There's the avenue for small loans and credit. So in general, there are loads of services, and I'll talk a bit more about some other services which we could do. Of course, there are problems or issues that need to be addressed. You know, infrastructure, which the previous speakers have already talked about, you know, power, internet, water, utilities. You know, if we don't solve some of these problems, it makes scaling up in fintech more difficult. The other thing is, you know, there's some risks. You know, there's consumer protection, you know, there's personal data, all the personal data on computers and networks, operational risk for the fintechs themselves. You know, again, you know, we have to guard against monopoly, and we also have to guard against market stability. You know, for instance, if you have a whole bunch of fintechs giving out loans more than the traditional banking, CBN would have to sort of look at the impact of, you know, loans or default of loans from that sector compared to the traditional sector. Okay, so what are the economic growth drivers from a fintech point of view? You know, advancement of the money function. You know, money started from, I guess, in the past, at least in Western Nigeria, we had like, you know, trade by barter, cowrie shells and all that. We've evolved to money. So now the next stage is digital payments, virtual currencies, CBDCs, you know, central bank digital currencies and so on. There's the opportunity to mobilize funds. So, you know, pooling of savings, investments, insurance, so you can have marketplace lending where people can, you know, ordinary people that have money to lend can go in and say, oh, I have $1 million to lend, and you can pool all this money together for somebody that needs it, as opposed to the traditional way of doing it. And you know, some of you might be using sort of crowdsourcing for projects. That's one way. So there's virtual and mobile banking. You can mobilize foreign capital, and you have means of optimization of the capital allocation. So the way I like to explain this in simple terms is, you know, once upon a time, we used to ride horses. Then we moved from horses to bicycles, to cars, then aeroplanes, to space rockets. So it's the same thing in the industry. You'd have people moving to advanced ways of doing things, but that doesn't mean the horse or the bicycle or the car is still not relevant today. Okay, fintech in finance, there are loads of applications. You know, you can have digital banks, which we have some, well, at least most, if not all, banks in Nigeria have online banking now, but you can have digital banks where you don't need branches per se. We talked about savings loans. We can use it for KYC, for identity management, for e-signatures, fraud detection, credit rating, automation, alternative funding. We can use some of the blockchain applications for crypto assets. So instead of having bonds and security products in physical, we can convert them to crypto assets. So you don't really need the share certificate or the paperwork for the security to trade. And we've talked about payments and remittances. The next slide is a continuation. You can use it for digital wealth management. So you can have stock market trading. You can have robo advisors, by which means you're using a computer to give you advice on how to invest. You can use it for personal finance. You can use it for securitization of physical assets. So let's say you have a land and you want to sell it, but you don't want to sell it to one person. It wants to be sold to, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 people. You can use this as a means of securitizing the asset, which could then be sold. So not just land, maybe a house or whatnot. Right. There's also insurance tech. You can have comparison to check premium for various means of insurance, or you can have actually. I think this happens in cars, maybe in the West. I'm not sure in Nigeria yet, where your insurance premium could be based on usage. So they fix a device in your car so that if you're not using your car much, then the monthly payment for your premium will be reduced. Of course, we can use it for regulatory purposes and compliance, for monitoring, for fraud, for reporting. And, of course, you can use it to consolidate all your assets, investments across board, so you can look at things. Right. In the custody world, you could use it for custody of financial securities. I just mentioned that you could convert physical securities to a digital form. And then, of course, you can use it for biometrics, I think I mentioned this before, identity management. Banks now use security tokens or tokens on your mobile phones. You could do more advanced things with that, should you wish to do so. So all in all, fintech is huge. What are the building blocks? There's artificial intelligence and big data, which is a big thing now. There's what we call the distributed ledger technology and blockchain, which is the underlying technology for cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and so on. Cloud services. Obviously, you need cyber security. And because people are using all these different services from different places, there is something called application programming interfaces, so that their software can use services from different places. And of course, there's internet access. And then we get into the devices, the phones, the tablets, the servers and whatnot. Right. So what's the future? The future is wide and huge. All you need to do is pick a specific area, and you can go into it as one or two or many businesses. AI is going to be applicable to most industries. Cross-border payment. Now you want to transfer money and all that. I think the cost will come down just with the use of all the technology. And then there's going to be financial inclusion, which the previous speakers have alluded to. So you could get people get involved in health, insurance, investments, and government itself could use it, for payments to people, or for people paying, taxes or whatnot. And of course, the thing with technology is the minute you start trying to use it, something else comes along. So there's going to be a lot of future developments, which we can't even think of now. So the challenges, obviously there's a lot of technical jargon, which, can confuse users and consumers. So that there's that hurdle to get through. There's the infrastructure, which I've already mentioned, power, internet, networks, communications, water, utilities. We have to solve all these problems bit by bit to make some great strides. And then, of course, there are other issues like consumer protection, personal data, operational risk, monopoly, market stability. And finally, there's also the regulation and ethics. Technology now, in a way, has become like an arms race. So you think of the nuclear technology. There are good uses of nuclear technology and there are bad uses of it. But people, even though you try and stick people to use the good side of it, they will always try and use the bad side too. So the same applies to technology and fintech. So, privacy, data bias, some systems use data collected from people to make decisions. So you want to make sure there's no bias in that. And of course, we want all these systems to be transparent in what they do. So I think there's always going to be good or bad sides, but personally, I always like to think of the good side of anything. So that's it. Yeah, we'll have a discussion after the next presentation, and then we can have a general impression on participants' thoughts and experiences, their expectations and issues, and maybe questions and answers. Thank you. That's my presentation done. I think I'll sort of bang it on time.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
That was quite engaging. Okay,
Thank you.
so over to you, Mrs. Nduke Osoro.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. I'd like to say thank you to my BSN community. It's always a delight to be part of everything that is done in the community. And same thank you goes to the first two speakers for laying the path for me to come through on same topic. Yeah, so this is me coming through to deliver my perspective. I'd like to warn us earlier that my background in banking would make my presentation a bit tweaked towards the banking sector. And because I am a youth, my age bracket still keeps me as a youth. I probably would want to look at what aspect of this economic growth affects the youth, which I would say the SME in the long run. So I will talk through, as you can see, the breakdown of the topics. I'm going straight there. A lot has been said already on financial industry. So if we're to stop now and ask questions from what Larry had started to what the first speaker said, and the second speaker will be able to answer a lot of questions already. You would agree with me today that you cannot talk about economic growth without talking about the financial system of that, let's say, the country in this state. And the country definitely will need to drive its economic growth through the financial system to push for the development and productivity, still looking at the future of the economy. when you think about the financial industry, what are you looking at? Basically, in economics, they'll tell you the haves bring in their money so that it can be accommodated to be served to the have-nots. So you would see that the slide I have there would tell you that the industry actually facilitates that financial intermediation. It plays another role in capital formation and management of the payment system. As we go along in the discussion, we would bring more perspective to bear. A lot has been said about how our financial industry has been structured already, but I'll still bring a few different perspectives to it. Today, you have the formal sector that comprises different financial institutions, and you have that informal sector. I believe that most of us in this country have seen people, the local traders, the money lenders. If you go to market and you spend some time in the market, you see people go from shop to shop and they're marking like cards, and those people give money. Those are the informal sector when you talk about the financial industry. And definitely there is the formal sector, which is extremely regulated. Why wouldn't it be regulated? These are people controlling the monies of the populace. So the regulation just has to be there. And then being that they determine the economy, the regulation must be set in place. So I would like to also talk more on central bank, being the apex bank that regulates the activities of most of the financial institutions. The next slide will just give us a breakdown of the different financial institutions that we have. The CBN, like Larry mentioned earlier, they are the ones that supervise every activity when it comes to the financial system of the country. As much as they don't supervise every bit of the financial system, we have other regulators, that's the Security and Exchange Commission. The first speaker talked about them, the NIC, that's Nigerian Insurance Commission, and NDIC, Nigerian Deposit Insurance Commission. So this is a breakdown of what we have in terms of the financial institutions at a glance in the country. We have the commercial banks. Prior to now, a few months ago, there were 26 of them. Currently, there are 25. That's because the license of Heritage Bank was revoked recently. We also have the development finance institutions, discount houses. As you can see, a number of them, the holding companies, the merchant banks, the non-interest banks, that's the Jay's banks, the microfinance bank, the payment service banks, like the last speaker talked much about them, that's the fintech, the mobile money operators, that's the fintech. He talked a lot about them, and they're really leading a big cause in the digitalization of our economy today. If you sit through as an economist or someone that is spending money in the country, you need to understand the economic growth and what it brings to bear in our daily living. This economic growth is actually the measure. It measures the increase in production of economic goods and services in a given period. That's the theoretical aspect of it. Of course, if you want to look at the health of every country, you would need to know what their economic growth is about, and is measured by the GDP, the gross domestic product. What are these drivers of economic growth in the country? If you want to look at it in terms of mathematics, you could say that it is consumer spending plus business environment plus government spending plus net export. That will give you the economic growth. That if you had those values you put together, that will give you the value of economic growth. But let us break it down a little bit. Consumer spending. What you spend, what I spend, what every other person spends in the country, it definitely contributes to the economic growth of our country. Let's talk about the business environment. We have a lot of businesses today. a lot of the different scales of the businesses. The enabling environment, that business environment being enabled to perform effectively, optimally, is very important. And it's an important dice in the whole game of economic growth. The government spending definitely brings to bear when it comes to economic growth. There are some states in Nigeria that is driven solely by the government. Such states, they say they are civil service states. So imagine such states, if the government does not spend, there's no economic activity. And the moment the government releases money, maybe to the contractors or to maybe as payment as salaries, you see there's economic activity. The moment there's no spending by the government, there's a law in the activity. So definitely that government spending, it contributes to economic growth in such a state. How about the net export? Of course, you know that when we export as a country, we're building and increasing our foreign exchange values. Okay, let's go to our little economics of factors of production. You have the land, you have the labor, you have the capital, you have entrepreneurship. I want to dwell there a little. When it comes to the economics of our country, how do we grow it? The factors of production really, really matters, because the economic growth will definitely result from the increase in the production of goods and services. So what are these factors? The land. You can liken the land to the resources, the natural resources available in our country. You can liken the land to agriculture. Imagine agriculture today. Currently our country, they've been projecting agriculture. They want to see how we can improve in terms of agriculture so that we don't dwell so much on oil. How about the labor? We need people to drive this agriculture, right? Who are these people? The labor comes in. So very important part of the factors of production. How about capital? Who provides the capital? This is where you know that the financial system has to be working. The financial industry plays an important role, from the Apex Bank dovetailing to every other financial institution that we have available in the country. The part that makes it more interesting is the entrepreneurship. I would say that when it comes to the entrepreneur, they are the secret sauce that combines all the other factors of production into product or services for the consumer market. So imagine that the entrepreneur is doing the right thing, using the capital provided by the financial industry, applying the effective labor, people have jobs, and using up our resources in terms of the land, in terms of agriculture. It comes together to grow our economy. Another aspect I want to dwell a bit over there is the entrepreneur. Nigerian Bureau of Statistics has stated in a recent report that 70% of our population is made up of the youths. The youths today, I would say, they're the ones that would drive, being the larger population, they're the ones that would drive the economy. So imagine the entrepreneurs, the youth, they are enabled, they are able to put the pieces together, bring the resources to bear, and grow the economy. It goes a long way. But that support definitely has to come through the financial institutions. And if I may say, in a bit to narrow my thoughts, I could narrow to the financial institutions. That would be the banks, serving as a source for funding for these people. What is that role that the financial industry will play in the economic growth? We've already discussed in previous slides how it is critical. The financial institution is critical to economic growth. How the basic providing that user-friendly and efficient payment system for the day-to-day transactions of individuals goes a long way in aiding the economy to grow and keep metamorphose. Of course, you know that when it comes to the financial industry, the financial institution, the banks would consolidate savings from the agents, people that brought in money, and they have surplus and provide it for investment funding. They've also provided economic infrastructure in such a way that they are able to allocate resources to the different individuals, so you could call them units, companies that have the investment potential. Our first speaker talked about banks and other financial institutions that came together to contribute to the building of Dangote refinery. I would probably go beyond even the Dangote refinery to the day-to-day businesses, the businesses that the youth are bringing to bear and developing the economy beyond what it was in the past to where we are today. It is still the financial industry that enables that efficient transfer of resources and funds. Of course, there are issues that may be, you know, there will be cases in some of the industries that you would say, in some of the financial industries that you would say, okay, they need to manage the resources properly. You know, when it comes to the blending, of course, there's a profiling that goes in place. If you come and give me money that I don't need, there's likelihood I'm going to waste the money. But if you, as the financial institution, you have profiled my business, you see my cash flow, you see my capacity when it comes to my production, and you can also tell where I'm going to, you know the working capital I need, and you provide it. Those are things that the financial industry would do to our companies to help them grow. Of course, when it comes to providing that insurance to manage and mitigate the financial risk, the risk profiling is still a business of the financial industry to carry out. And then when it comes to the bank having that liquidity, you know, the liquidity provision, the bank and the market liquidity, you still have to bring that knowledge and experience to bear from the financial industry aspect. How about the price discovery and market information? It's still the financial industry that takes charge of all that and puts them in place to just drive that aspect of the economy. We talked about CBN earlier, and we talked about them regulating the activities of the bank. So that regulatory framework is definitely set up from the Apex Bank and is carried through by the other aspects of the financial industry, still in the view of keeping the economy at a stable rate and also growing the economy. At this point, I would like to talk about the CBN specifically, the role they play in enabling the economy and stabilizing the different aspects of the economy. You agree with me that recently there has been a lot of inflation. Inflation has been on the rise. You see how the Monetary Policy Committee, they sit regularly, you know, still trying to manage you know, the economic policies to better the country's economy, and of course, still trying to see how it can be stable enough to enable businesses thrive, even in the, you know, undulating move in terms of inflation. CBN also has a role in terms of maintaining the country's foreign exchange. When it comes to the legal currency notes and maintaining a sound financial system, the CBN has that sole responsibility. And to my greatest understanding of what I've seen in the past, how many years, I think they are doing their best to put in the best hands to do us justice as a country. Of course, their job to regulate and supervise is still one way to keep our economy sound. The policies and the controls they put in place is still to regulate our economy. As much as the other regulatory bodies are there, I might not dwell so much on them today. If we may ask, when it comes to driving the economy, I said earlier that the youths form 70% of our economy. And because they form 70% of our economy, there definitely needs to be a lot of attention in driving the businesses that are championed by this population of the economy. And that population of the economy, you realize that so many of them have a lot of business running, and I group them under the SME for the purpose of this particular discussion. So what are these initiatives that have come through from the financial institutions to aid the growth of the economy through the SMEs? You would agree with me that policies have come through in the past still to favor them. We might not say they are all in place. There are some challenges, but still the initiatives so far, you could always not enumerate. When it comes to the favorable policies, we've had cases where they had a single unit for loan, single digit loan, still trying to help the creatives, the farmers. In fact, at some point it was capped for women in business, and such initiatives still trying to promote SMEs. A lot of banks have come up with literacy training. I know Access Bank has done a lot on that. I know Zenith Bank has also done a lot on such trainings, still trying to support the SMEs in the view of growing the economy. How about the provision of loans? A number of banks have been giving loans to SMEs. I know a lot of creatives have come through, a lot of tech companies have come through, and there's a lot of support that's gone to aid these businesses still in the bid to grow the economy. Happily, the second speaker has also told us that even beyond the regular bank, the commercial banks, we know that some other banks, some other financial institutions have also supported this project, as well as the fintech that he particularly talked about. In terms of infrastructure development, financial industry beyond the government have also made a lot of strides to support this development, the development of the infrastructure, still to aid businesses for the SMEs. You would see that in farming today, they've also come up with railways that transport food from one part of the country to another, still to aid the agriculture, dissemination of food, and still to see how everywhere is covered and the farmers are able to sell their products and keep that aspect of the business going. In terms of facilitating trade, a number of industries have come up. I know Zenith Bank has a product called an initiative called Zero to Hero program. So the new people that wanted to get into exporting, remember, export is one of the drivers of the economic growth. The bank came up with such trainings, initiatives to help people that are interested in growing that part of the business, people that want to export, train them, and also assist them through the process of exporting and repatriation of their funds to the country to drive our economy in the large picture. And the financial inclusion, the banks have done a lot through still central bank. They've done a lot, beyond the bank having branches, coverage everywhere. They now have agent banking, where people, even in the hinterlands, are agents to banks. And with that, they're able to document accounts for the people in the hinterlands. And there's a lot of financial inclusion. Imagine most of the farmers in the hinterland, they make their sales, they don't have access to banking to, lodge the funds or even have a way of putting their funds, and it's launched back to the economy. So this financial inclusion has also been a great initiative to drive the economic growth in the country. How about the support for innovation and entrepreneurship? Recently, I attended a tech fair organized by Zenith Bank. And during that tech fair, I saw a lot of creatives, a lot of young people that are gifted in the tech world, and they brought a lot to bear. And I could see that the bank invested in their businesses, still supporting the innovation in that aspect of the country. Beyond Zenith Bank, I know that there's an initiative by GTB, an initiative by Access Bank, still to drive the economic growth in the country. Of course, the financial institution has also done a great deal to stabilize the economy through effective risk management that cannot be overemphasized. And when it comes to streamlining the payment processes and enhancing operational efficiency, what would you want to see in the economy if these SMEs are not grown and expanded? The story still boils down to our financial institutions. They have a great role to play. And I've seen that beyond one financial institution standing out to do it, the list of financial institutions I shared in one of the slides coming together and collaborating, they will definitely drive the economy of this country better. So this is me saying that financial industry just has to keep evolving because they are the cornerstone of our Nigeria's economic development. Thank you. I would rest here and then we will have the session of the question and answers. Over to you, Mr. Bob.
Thank you so much. That was a very interesting session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you all. So I want to use this opportunity to ask the audience to go to the question and answer session and put in their questions so that the speakers will attend to all the questions. I will also be making a presentation about BSN. And I think I'll have to put off my camera. This is what I look like for the sake of my poor network bandwidth, so I can utilize my network efficiently. Thank you. So go to the question and answer session and drop your question. I'm trying to share my slide on what I want to present. Sorry, give me a minute.
So far the Q&A is empty.
Sorry, sir, I didn't hear you.
I said so far the Q&A box is empty. Nobody else.
Yes, yes. I think they will still put some information there.
All right.
But there's some comments. So maybe you read the comments pending when the Q questions come up.
Okay, when I'm done presenting, I will read the comments. Sorry, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So I'll start with giving us a few information about BSN, but let me introduce myself first. My name is Bob Iloka. I work with BSN Business School Netherlands as a business executive, and I am the program manager for the financial institution. And I'm here to serve you if you have any information about BSN. So it is good for us to know when BSN was established. BSN was established in the year 1988. That is over 35 years ago. We are currently in 16 countries, and Nigeria is one of the countries where we have BSN. Our physical presence in Nigeria is in Lagos, Nigeria. We are in number 8, Adekunle Fajuyi. Ikeja GRA. You can reach us through different means on social media. We'll have different social media handles on Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, and the likes. I will be sharing this slide at the end of the presentation so you can have full information in case I haven't covered any area you want to know about. So our mission is to be an enabler in the development and success of managers and organizations as well, worldwide, through unique action learning.
Sorry, Bob, are you changing the slides or is just on one slide?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Are you shifting the slides or it's just one slide?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. My network was acting up, sorry.
Yeah,
so
no,
our vision...
My question was, are you running through slides? Because we can only see one slide. I wasn't sure.
Yes, I am. What about now?
It's just changed now, but before then, we only saw the front slide. Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much.
All right.
All right, so our vision is to be the best business school so that in turn, our students will be aspired to be the best leaders and business managers as well, benefiting their personal development, professional career, and organizations that have faith in their ability to deliver. BSN is ranked number 10 in the CEO magazine for 2024. These slides will be shared to you all so you can see for yourself all the global rankings and everything about BSN. So this is a typical graphical representation of where we are in the global magazine. So when I send this across to you all, you'll get more information on that. So these are some of the business officers in BSN, which I will share the contact with you in case you have inquiries to make. You can reach out to any of these people. We have our MBA class, our MBA set coming up sometime in September this year. On the 14th of September, we'll be having a new MBA set. So if you're interested, you can also reach out to us to make inquiries. We are also going to be launching the program on the FinTech by October, sometime in October this year. So if you want to make any further inquiries, you can reach out to us. So I'll be sharing some of this information with you, or rather I'll share the slides with you so that you can get all the information you need, because if I keep it straight on the screen, it will take our time. We also want to share some information on these slides based on what has been shared so far. The takeaway for today's presentation is knowledge is of no value unless you put it into practice. So make hay while the sun sets. Please do not sleep on it. Try and reach out to us. Do a short course with us on financial programs, on the MBA, and find out other area of interest for your career development. There are other takeaways for today. Information with inspiration without application leads to frustration, while information with inspiration plus application leads to transformation. For those of us who want to become transformation leaders, this is an inspiration speech for you. Be bright, be brave, be bold, be beautiful. I didn't get it. Be brilliant. So education is the passport to extraordinary transformation. It empowers individuals to shape their destinies, enables societies to evolve towards a brighter future. These are some quotes that would lighten up your zeal for more education, getting yourself acquainted with more information on how to become a transformational leader. Thank you so much. That quote was by my boss, Professor Larry Bale. So I would also like to use this opportunity to give a vote of thanks for our speakers. I want to, first of all, thank LB for the opportunity to give this vote of thanks. And I want to greet everyone who has come to our aid today. It is my pride, privilege, and pleasure to thank those who really worked hard to make this event happen. I really appreciate. On behalf of the entire BSN, I extend my sincere thanks for making today an event a grand success, making today's event a grand success. I want to also extend my hearty vote of thanks to LB for gracing the event. Despite his busy schedule, he was able to come and still share with us a few things, because he has shared with me prior to now that he might not be available for this. Thank you so much, sir. I also want to thank my speakers, our speakers. I want to thank the first speaker, Madam Funke Okoya. Thank you so much. You really inspired us by the things you spoke about today. You were able to speak extensively and gave us grounded information and well-detailed information on how the GDP has grown over the first quarter and the first half of the year. That was very interesting to know. It was a mind opener and gave us more insights and details on what is happening in the financial sector. Well done, man. Thank you so much. The second speaker, Dr. Oki, spoke extensively on the fintech programs or the fintech sector of the financial institution. He has also opened our eyes that the fintech sector is one of the fastest growing area in the financial sector. And one thing I really enjoyed about his presentation was his analogies. When he spoke about how they moved from the stone age of cowries to, different currencies that were now at the digital currency, it gives a clear picture of what you're saying, mental picture of what you're saying. Well done, sir. That was quite clear and very elaborate. So the other speaker, my division director, Madam Nzuke Usoro, thank you so much. It was quite an interesting session with you. I enjoyed every bit of what you explained to us. Maybe because I'm a youth, I could relate with you very well. I like the way you spoke about the XME initiatives and how you demystified everything about it. Well done, man. Thank you so much for that. So on behalf of this, of the entire BSN, I want to say a very big thank you to all the speakers and the participants. We'll be having more information session coming up in the nearest future. We would love you to still be part of us. Thank you for coming, and we expect you to come another time. Thank you so much. So now we'll delve into the question and answers. I would check for the questions, and I would maybe assign some people to, some of our speakers to answer it for us, please. Thank you.
Okay, can I go for the answer?
Okay, yeah, you can speak on, ma.
By Emmanuel Ogunfuye. He
Sorry,
asked, how does the financial inclusion work with the current economic system as the SME? Okay, I would like to use a live experience to explain this. In Northern Cross River State, they sell cocoa in season. The cocoa farmers are people in the hinterlands. Some of them, but not for financial inclusion. The people who come from different parts of the country come to the farms, buy their cocoa, and they go away. What has happened in the last 1 or 2 years? Because of financial inclusion, those farmers now have accounts in banks. Beyond having accounts, there's been initiative to train the people. They now come together as either cooperatives or the ones that are capable of staying alone. They form the business still under the SME schemes, and they are currently exporting. So that story alone, or that life example, is enough to show you how financial inclusion has infused into the society. And beyond just having accounts, the people are now exporters based on training and other bodies coming in beyond banks now. Other bodies have come in to train them on how to export, and the bank has aided it. So they are exporting. They now have accounts, and they are, business people, so to say. No longer farmers in the villages or the farmers in the hinterlands just selling to off-takers. They also put their products together, form a team, and export it. So that's a big thank you to financial inclusion, still an initiative of the financial industry championed by CBN. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Uso, for that practical example, because you've actually brought it to life. But I just wanted to add one or two things, because what you just described now talks about financial literacy and capacity building. Sorry, financial literacy and capacity building. That's what you just explained. And also how the banks have been able to develop some specific SME-focused banking products to meet that need. But beyond that, apart from that, there are other things that the financial sectors are also doing in creating more awareness, especially with regards to financial inclusion, especially for the SME. There's also the digital awareness, which is beginning to get more traction now. There's also regulatory and policy reforms, because that was an area that nobody was looking at ab initio. There's also partnership for financial access. So those are the other things I just wanted to add, but your example was very spot on and quite detailed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. That was very, very elaborate. Thank you. I believe Mr. Emmanuel has gotten some information, which, or rather, this explanation has clearly settled his doubts. So I can look at the question and answer session. There are no questions. However, this question came at the chat, and I think that's the only question so far. So with that being said, I think we have no more questions, and that will bring us to the end of today's presentations. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. I don't think LB will be coming to give his closing remarks anymore. However,
some people wanted to talk. There's one, I think Edikan wants to say something. There's also Afolabi Olukotan that wants to say something.
Okay, the way LB set up this session, you can only send a chat, not talk.
Okay.
Apart from the panelists. Yeah. So if they can drop it or the question and answer, I would attend to it.
Those of us that are participants can allow them to talk. So if you tell me the name of the person again, I can allow them to talk.
Okay. So Ma, you said who wanted to speak?
Musa, there's Alice, there's Afolabi.
Okay.
Kotan that wants to say something.
So Eddie Khan Musa, who else? Alice.
I'm promoting Eddie Khan.
Yeah. So did they send any messages? Because I didn't even see anything.
I promoted her. I think she declined.
Yeah.
Okay, she declined. Okay.
Yeah. So Afolabi. Okay, Eddie Khan has dropped. She said no comment, please. Just to thank the presenters for an insightful session. Okay. Thank you, Eddie Khan. God bless you. So the other person would be Afolabi Olukotan, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I've enabled him to talk.
Okay.
Is Afolabi still there?
He's still in the attendee session.
Okay.
Okay, from
Anyway.
Alice Gimba. Alice says, insightful presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Alice. Thank you for attending.
Hello,
Okay,
good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah,
In fact, I don't
afternoon.
have a question to ask. I really want to appreciate, because I was just being fortunate to be part of this presentation. I really want to appreciate the presenters. And I want us to put health sector in consideration too, because without money, without financial, there's nothing one can do. And in fact, I don't know how far we can go. We are putting health with politics together, which unless if they really want to expand some things or bring in so many things like equipment and something like that to expand the health sector for people to be able to access health. And it should be an affordable and accessible way for all the masses in Nigeria. By doing that, even the economy too will be healthy, because a healthy people bring up a healthy nation. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Ma. So I don't know, Dr. Oki, would you want to address this? Or
yes, I can. I mean, the presentation, I focus more on financial industry because that was the brief. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in the health industry, technology-wise. Obviously the banks need to invest in that sector to see to bear fruition. But there are a lot of stuff being used for diagnostics now to automate diagnostics of various forms of cancer, diseases, or whatnot. So yeah, health is a big area. I totally agree with you. And obviously it will be good for the government to put a lot of money into health so that we don't have so many people going abroad for of the government themselves going abroad for treatment. But yeah, they have to work in close contact with the private sector of this. Thank you.
okay, thank you so much, sir. And also to buttress Dr. Oki, ma'am, we have a program on health transformation. The information session for that program will be coming up sometime in September. And we also intend to address some of these concerns as well. So maybe when you attend that program, some of your concerns would have been addressed there too. So we also have a program on that. So for this program is for the financial industry or the financial sector. Thank you so much for your inputs. God bless you. And I think we do not have any other questions. Okay, so I would leave the Zoom on, and for the next 20 minutes, just in case some people decide to come up with a question, then I think that will be ideal.
Okay. I'm going to have to leave now because I thought we'll finish.
Okay, not a problem, sir. Yeah. Thank you so much.
So thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much.
It's nice
really
meeting Mrs. Okoya, Mrs. Osoro online.
All right, God bless you,
Dr.
sir.
Oki. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Duke. Thank you, Ma.
Thank you.
Bye. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mrs. Osoro. Thank you.
Okay. LB, they have just left.
Mrs. Okoya. And thank you, Dr. Oki. Thanks for your support. We are grateful.
Okay. So bring one of the details and then bring the cabinet admin.